Hi everyone, good morning. You were not there last class. You were not there last class. Were you there in the last class? No, no. Online, no? Super. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. Today, we will quickly finish it off, common short-term decision making. Mainly, you will be getting the questions if the examiner is interested, most probably from make or buy decision or shutdown operations. I have decided to do two past papers question today, shutdown operations, right? First, I'll have to explain to you what is exactly meant by shutdown operations. Then we can make a move on to the past papers question. Before we get started with the past paper question, quickly we will recap and revisit what we all have done for the last couple of weeks, right? Morning. Do you have any questions online? Anything that you wanted to ask before I do a recap sessions? Nothing. Right, okay. Let's get started. You remember we talked about accounting. There are two types of accounting, financial and management accounting. Then we talked about cost. Am I correct? Then we talked about cost per unit and cost unit. Then we went through the cost classifications. We can classify the cost into three groups: nature, function, and behavior. Based on the nature, it can be further categorized into direct and indirect. Combination of all direct, prime. Indirect is what? Production overhead. Then we will be getting the total production cost. Then we went on cost classification based on the what? Behavior. Right? Variable cost, fixed cost, and semi-variable cost. You remember what is exactly meant by variable cost? It will vary according to the activity level with the same proportion. With the same proportion. The changes would be what? Same. That is what is known as linear relationship. Linear relationship. Then we talked about what variable cost per unit will remain constant, since that is what linear relationship. Then we talked about example. The combination of all direct items is the example about what variable cost. When it comes to variable cost, one more part to be considered, which is what variable selling expense. Variable selling expenses are one of the variable costs, but it's not accounted when it comes to the what production and the cost calculation. Sorry, stock calculations. Then we went on fixed or fixed cost. The cost which will remain constant. It does not change based on the what activity level. Then we talked about the example. Then we talked about step fixed cost, right? Semi-variable cost means what? Combinations of what? Both variable and fixed. Then we have learned how to separate the fixed cost and the variable cost from a particular total cost by using the what? Hilo method. So whenever you use the Hilo method, you'll have to come up with a couple of assumptions. One assumption, fixed overhead always but will remain constant. Another one is what? Variable cost is always what? Linearly related with the what? Output. These are the two implicit assumptions when it comes to what? Hilo method. If you say step fixed cost, you remember we use the what? Two simultaneous equations, and we found the answer if there is a what? Step fixed cost. Correct? Then we talked about what? Marginal costing and absorption costing. Marginal costing means what? Variable costing. Absorption costing means what? Full costing. Before you remember, we start with this marginal costing and absorption costing. We talked about what? OAR, overhead absorption rate. OAR equal what? Budgeted overhead divided by budgeted activity level. You remember I have clearly explained what is exactly meant by OAR, what is the purpose of calculating what OAR. By calculating OAR, what are the benefits that are we going to enjoy, right? So when you are pricing for the product, we need to consider the whole cost of the product. That can be done by calculating what OAR and absorbing overhead to the product. We call it as what absorption overhead. Finally, we calculated what under or over absorption, actual minus what absorption. Either way, it can be applied. Then we talked about what marginal costing. Marginal costing means what variable costing. Variable costing. Only variable cost which should be taken to the account. In other words, we do calculate what contribution. How to calculate contribution? Sales minus all variable. Sales minus all variable cost. But under marginal costing system, we take the decision based on what? Contribution, not based on the profit. Because under marginal costing system, we are assuming fixed production overheads are what? Period cost, which is not relevant for decision making. Whereas the absorption costing system is teaching us, no, that should have been taken to the account because you're going to incur all non-production overhead with regard to what your product. Therefore, it should have been taken to the account. Now, the problem would arise, how are we going to take to the account? By calculating what? OAR and absorbing the overhead to product through the what? OAR. Finally, you will adjust what? Under O over absorption. Then we talked about what? Limiting factor. Limiting factor is a resource that restricts the profit maximizations of an organization. We are dealing with the what? Limited resources. How are we going to get the best usage of the what limited resources? One technique is what? Single limiting factor. So we need to identify what is the limiting factor. Then we need to rank the product based on the what? Contribution per limiting factor. Then we'll have to develop a what? Maximum production plan. Maximum production plan. With that part, you remember we talked about throughput accounting. Theory of constraint. Another name is what? Theory of constraint. Under theory of constraint, it is suggested what? You can't consider the contribution, traditional method of calculating contribution. You should calculate what? Throughput contribution. Because in the modern business context, most of the labor forces are paid on the basis of what? Fixed. Therefore, only super variable cost which would be taken to the account. That is what? Direct material cost. That is what? Direct material cost. Therefore, we do calculate what? Throughput contribution, not the traditional contribution. Then we need to maximize the what? Throughput contribution. How to maximize? Once again, the steps are quite similar to the what we did in the traditional method. But apart from that, we try to calculate three ratios. Return per factory hour. Next one is what? Cost per factory hour. Final ratio is very important. TA ratio. To calculate the TA ratio, we are supposed to calculate first two ratio. Without having first two, we can calculate the what? TA ratio. That is what we talked about under theory of constraint. We did couple of past papers question on the theory of what? Constraint. Section B questions and the section C questions. Next, we started with the what? You remember ABC, activity based costing. You remember best possible way of charging the overhead to product is what? ABC. To understand the ABC, you'll have to make sure the steps of what? ABC. Identify the activities. Am I correct? Second one is what? Identify the cost for the associated activities. Third one is what? Identify the cost driver as to the reason why the cost is incurred. Number of cost driver. Next what? CDR, cost driver rate. Then charge the overhead to what? Product. There are a number of benefits we discussed under what? Activity based costing. But at the same time, there are some drawbacks with regard to the what? Activity based costing, such as what? Time consuming, complex process, right? These are what? Some of the what? Complicated, drawbacks of what? Activity based costing. What has it done that? Activity based costing is a system which gives us proper way of charging the overhead to what? Products when compared with what? Traditional absorption costing system. Because it specifically identifies the activities, cost drivers. By identifying these activities and the driver, we would be able to control the cost. We would be able to what? Control the cost. Don't forget, I have clearly explained to you all, whenever you write down the answers where in the exam, section C, don't copy anything from where in my PowerPoint. Try to read the case A to Z. Try to give the answers based on the what cases what they have given. Because the common answers only what I have given where in my PowerPoint. Right? So, but if it comes to what section B and section E, it's very straightforward question. You can write down the answers where it's my PowerPoint or study material. No problem. The full marks will be provided. Right? But section C only you'll have to be very careful. Whenever you write down the answer for section C, you'll have to come up with a one answer with regard to what that particular case. Right? Then we talked about what target costing. What is exactly meant by target costing? We can't go with the price what we have calculated where in our company. We'll have to go with the what market selling price. Then only we can survive where in the market. Otherwise, you will be kicked off from where? In the market. So to go with the market selling price, first of all, we'll have to identify the what estimated selling price. Then you have to keep the what expected profit margin. Then you will find out what is your target cost. Both what is the gap. What is your actual cost and what is your target cost. Then you'll have to find out the way of what bridging the gap. The way of bridging the gap, there are numerous ways that you can bridge your gap. One, we talked about what value analysis, right? Then value engineering, right? Then you can use some of the what modern business technique, learning curve. These are the best ways of what we'll be learning what is exactly meant by learning curve in some time. Don't worry. These are the best ways of what reducing the cost gap. But we went on 120 marks question. We didn't write down any answer what I have explained where in the my study material. We went on the case and we found the radio manufacturing. You remember that radio outdated product radio. Then there was somewhat wastage. We need to find out the way of reducing the what wastages, and we need to find out the way of reducing the what idle time. You remember? So there are number of learning curve. These are the ways of what reducing the one target cost. Yeah. Then we talked about what life cycle costing. Life cycle costing. When it comes to life cycle costing, we need to track and trace each phases of the what cost and revenue of the what product life cycle. That is the summary or the simple definition with regard to the what life cycle costing. We need to track and trace the what cost and revenue which is associated with what each phases of what product life cycle. But life cycle costing sometime, not sometime, most often, it may give you the slightly different answer that through the what traditional method of charging the cost to the what product. Because under life cycle costing, we'll have to take to the account pre-manufacturing cost as well as what post-manufacturing cost. Pre-manufacturing cost and the post-manufacturing cost. That should be taken to the account. But under traditional costing system, we set pre-manufacturing cost is a what irrelevant sunk cost, right? It is not relevant for a decision making. That is what we discuss under traditional method. But life cycle costing technique is teaching us what? No, you'll have to take to the account. But make sure all these performance management topics are tricks and what hacks which have been deployed by in our syllabus to maximize the what company's profit. To maximize the company's profit, either we can what reduce the cost but increase our sales revenue. That is what they have given in our PM performance management. That is all about the performance management. If somebody asks what is performance management accounting, right? Maximizing the what company's profit by using the available techniques. That is all about what life cycle costing. Then we talked about what break-even, the point at which company is recovering all their costs. The company would make what neither profit or no or loss. Then we talked about what multi-product break-even analysis. When it comes to multi-product break-even analysis, instead of using the contribution, we'll have to calculate what weighted average contribution. When you are calculating BEP sales, you remember total fixed cost divided by what CS ratio. When it comes to multi-product, total fixed cost divided by weighted average CS ratio. That is the important part. Weighted average CS ratio. Same thing you remember. Sometimes the examiner may ask the question from you all to get the X amount of profit. What is the number of units to be sold? to earn a X amount of profit, you remember I told you target profit plus total fixed cost divided by what? Contribution. If you are dealing with the multi-product, instead of using the contribution, we'll have to come up with the what? Weighted average contribution, right? So that is all about what? Multi-product. We went on the diagrams and all, right? You remember we discussed couple of past papers questions. Then we talked about what? Linear programming, multiple limiting factor. When it comes to multiple limiting factor, we can't go the same way what we have applied for the what? Single limiting factor, right? So then to sort out that problem, we are going to sketch the graph. We are going to sketch the graph incorporating all the what? Constrained resources, limited resources. We are going to find out the maximum production plan. So the few steps to be achieved, you have to find out the objective function, constraint. Then you have to find out the point for the constraint. Then you have to sketch the graph, but you don't sketch the graph where in your exam graph will be provided. But make sure before you go for exam how to sketch the graph. Through the graph, we will be finding the feasible region or polygon where we can find out the maximum production plan. There are two methods. One is a corner point method. Other one is what? ISO profit line method. You would be able to identify the maximum production plan. Then we talked about what? Binding constraint and the non-binding constraint. What is my binding constraint? All the resources are what? Fully utilized for what? That particular maximum production plan. But make sure if the examiner would have given you the two binding constraints, you don't need to sketch, you don't need to refer the diagram. By solving these two equations, you would be able to get the what? Maximum production plan. Understand what I said? Then we talked about what? Shadow price. I think another name is dual pricing, right? Shadow price, another name. So what is meant by shadow price? What is the price that you are willing to pay for what? Your extra resources to get the what? Extra contribution. Extra contribution. That is what is known as shadow price. Shadow price can be calculated only for what? Binding constraint. Non-binding constraint, we call it as what? Slack resources. Slack resources. That is a summary with regard to the what? Linear program. Then we went on the very important topic, relevant costing, which is much more relevant, bit of a what? Complicated part, because number can be obtained by referring the what? Theories, right? So what are relevant costs we went on? First one is the opportunity cost, avoidable cost, specific fixed cost. You remember, right? Not the general fixed cost, directly attributable fixed cost. Directly attributable fixed cost. Then we went on what else? All variable costs, right? Then differential or incremental cost. That's much more important. Most often tested by in the exam when it comes to the what? Relevant costing. Incremental cost. Incremental cost is what? Always relevant. Then we went on the what? Non-relevant costs or irrelevant costs. Irrelevant costs, sunk costs, general fixed overhead, committed costs, notional costs. These are what? Non-cash transaction. Because based on what your syllabus, notional cost, this example is what? Depreciation. Depreciation. But what I would say that is about non-cash transactions, right? That is what we went on with regard to the what? Relevant costing. And then we talked about relevant cost of what? Material. There are four situations. Do you remember? There are four situations. Situation number one, we said what? There is no material to produce a product. Therefore, we have to buy the material from what? Supply. Second situation, we need a material to produce a new product. It's available, but that is frequently used for what? Other products. Therefore, once again, we need to buy from our supply. Replacement cost or the purchase price is the relevant cost. Then we talked about situation number three. There are three options. We need a material which is available where in the store, but it's not regularly used. Then we will try to take that material. When you are taking that material, there is a what? Opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is what? Scrap value. If there is no scrap value, then the opportunity cost is zero. Relevant cost is also zero. Then we talked about the item called what? Disposed. It's a what? Relevant revenue, avoidable cost. The cost which is avoided by making a particular decision, right? Next one, we talked about what? Fourth situation. It's a very important, most often tested in the exam. You have a material to produce a new product. But that material is having a what? Two options. One option is what? Scrap value. Another option is what? That material can also be used as a substitute material of what? Another product. Since that can be applied as a substitute material of another product, the original material, second material, will not be what? Bought from the what? Supply. Not buying from supply is known as what? Value in use. The purchase cost of what? Second material minus what? Modification cost of what? First material. That's a bit of a what? Detailed explanation with regard to the what? Value in use. Because sometimes we may be dealing with the what? 1 kilogram of X is not equal to 1 kilogram of Y. It may be about different. Because when you are using the butter to make a butter cake, right? Sometimes instead of using a butter, you may be applying with the oil. So you can't say 1 kilo of butter equals to 1 kilo of oil. Because of the poor quality, it may require what? More than what? 1 kilogram of what? Oil. Am I correct? So it may be tested in the exam. So we did a couple of questions under value in use, right? We did the OTQ question, 2 questions plus 1 20 marks question we discussed. Then we went on relevant cost of what? Labor. There are 3 parts. Am I correct? One is does spare capacity exist? As long as if you have a spare capacity, you don't need to pay for your labor force. Therefore, as far as the company is concerned, the cost is what? 0. Cost is what? 0. Sometimes you won't be dealing with the what? Spare capacity. Now, to undertake a new project or contract, you will have to hire a new employees. Higher charge or cost of what? Overtime. Cost of what? Overtime or what? Higher charge. It depends on the what? Company's process. It depends on the what? Company's process. Third one is what? That's a very important one. You need a labor force. Currently, all the employees are what? Fully occupied. Currently, all the employees are what? Fully occupied. At the same time, you can't hire a new employees who are in the market. There are no employees who are in the market. If that is the case, what you have to do is, you have to shift the employees from one department to another department. When you are shifting, existing production will be what? Discontinued. If that is the case, you will be losing the contribution from the what? Existing product. Am I correct? Therefore, what is the total relevant cost? Loss of contribution from what? Alternative or other product plus what? Labor cost for the new product. Clear? That is what we talked about under relevant cost of what? Labor. Then we talked about what? Make or buy decision. Whether make the product in-house or what? Buy from outside. Purchase from what? Outside. That is decided based on the what? Variable cost. Total variable cost, or the another name is what? Marginal cost, will be compared with what? Purchase price. If the purchase price is lower than the marginal cost, then we will buy from outside. Vice versa. If the marginal cost is what? Lower than the what? Purchase price, then we will make the product in-house. At the same time, you remember we talked about what? Sometimes we may be dealing with the what? Specific fixed cost. That is always relevant. Therefore, marginal cost should be added with the what? Specific fixed cost. Then that will be compared with what? Purchase price. Sometimes we may be dealing with the what? No spare capacity. To produce a product via in-house, we don't have a sufficient spare capacity. To produce a product via in-house, we may be what? Sacrifice what? Forgo what? Another product. If you're going to forgo another product, you're going to lose a contribution. Am I correct? Therefore, lost contribution from what? Other product plus what? Marginal cost plus what? Specific fixed cost will be compared with purchase price. For that also we did one example, the last example under make or buy decisions. Are you clear? Now we are moving to the what? Shutdown operations. Shutdown decision. Mark under that. This is to analyze whether a division of product, whether a divisions of product whether a divisions of product can be divested or divested, either way can be pronounced. Divested or divested. Right? I'm going to ask you small questions to you. Through that, I'm going to explain to you whether the product will be divested or not. Right? Just have a look. Let's say you have three products, right? Product A, product B, and product C, right? This is total. This is total. Let's say sales 1,000, this is 900, this is 1,200. Now the total would be 3,100. Am I correct? Minus total variable cost. Total variable cost 650, 450, 600. And the total would be 1,700. Am I correct? Now let's calculate the what contributions. This is 350, correct? This is 450. This is 600. Am I correct? Therefore, the total contribution would be 1,400. Correct? Now let's subtract the what fixed cost. Total fixed cost 400, 400, 400. Therefore, the total fixed cost would be 1,200. Am I correct? Profit. I have brought a very simple example just for understanding purposes. We'll do 20 marks questions on the shutdown operations, right? Because whenever you are dealing with the shutdown operations, online student, don't forget, we'll have to join that part with the relevant cost. Right? We will be dealing with a lot of but complicated questions on the shutdown operations. There are two past papers questions. Already you took the snapshot for the one question. Before we get started with that question, we quickly finish it off. There's another past papers question, bits and pieces. It's a very good question. And then we'll come back to what? That questions. Now you know the profit. Here we are going to make a loss. Agree with me? 50. Correct? Here 50 profit. Here 200. Therefore 250, 200 is a total profit. Is that understandable? Are you clear with the questions? Online student? Are you clear with the questions? Now what do we do? If you look at A, is giving you what? Loss. Correct? But all the other product is giving you what? Profit. Can we discontinue the product A? Can we shut down the product A? Yes or no? Online? B and C, no problem. It is giving you what? Profit. If you look at product A, it's very clear. It's giving you what? Loss. Then do you continue or shut down the product A? What is your decision? Continue. Why? Okay. Uh, let's assume there's no way of increasing the sales and the what reducing the cost. I'll put it that way. Is there any other answers? Online students, what about your answers? So it comes under shutdown decision. My question, it's very clear. A is making loss. Product A is what making loss. Can I discontinue? Shut down the product A. Overall, the company is making profit. My questions. If you, no, very close. Your answer is very close. If you shut down, very good, Priyanka. I got the Priyanka's answer. You remember, in the short run, fixed cost, is it a relevant cost? Fixed cost, is it a relevant cost? Since the product A is what making a positive contribution, we can what? Continue. Right? Okay. Let's go back to what your decision. If we are going to shut down A, if A is shut down, see what is going to happen. Right now there is no A. Correct? Now we are going to have what? B, and you are going to have what? C. Sales. This is total. Right? I'm going to prove it to you through the numbers. Right? Sales here 900, here 1200. Altogether how much? 2000. Total variable cost. This is 450. This is what? 600. Correct? Then 1050. Now what is the contribution? Here how much? 450. Here how much? 600. 1050. Correct? What is meant by fixed cost? Fixed overhead will remain constant. It does not change. What is the company's total fixed cost? That won't change. Do you agree with me? Now this 1200. Earlier there were 3 products. Then we equally shared what all 3 products. It's not a correct way of what sharing the cost among the 3 products. But they did it. Right? They did it. They put it to 400 for each product. But now we have 1200. We are going to share to the these 2 products, which is how much? 600. This is also what? 600. Am I correct? No, 400. Yeah, 600, 600. 150 loss. Correct? Here how much? 150 loss. Here nothing. Same company. What's happening? What's happening now? You were making a profit. The previous example, you are making a profit of how much? After you shut down the product A, it's very clear it's giving you what? Loss. Therefore, you stop up doing that product. Ultimately, the company profit 200 went on to what? Loss of what? 150. You got my point. Am I clear to you all online student? So that is basically what exactly happened over here. It's very clear. Just have a look. Now this 200 has become 150 loss. 200 profit has become 150 loss. In other words, your total what regret or total loss is how much? 350. Agree with me? Currently you are making 200. The 200 has become how much? 150 loss. Then the total loss now after you are stopping off what product A, your total loss is how much? 350, which is the contribution of what? Product A. Which is the contribution of what? Product A. You got my point. This total of 350 that you are going to bear after stopping what? Product A, which is the contribution of what? Product A. Look at the product A contribution. A's contribution is how much? 350. That's how to take a decision. What is the rule? Any product which is giving you what? Positive contribution, the product will be what? Continue. Understand what I said? Am I clear to you all? Online students, that's why I brought this example. I did myself these calculations and all, just for understanding purposes. But this will not be tested where in the exam. This base, the question would be totally different. Just for understanding purposes, I just put the fictitious numbers and brought the questions. How if you are going to stop off doing A, ultimately your profit making organization, which would become what? Loss. Which is the what contribution of what product? A. Therefore, you'll have to do a lots of calculation before you what take the decision in reality. So reality, forget about, we talked about contribution, we talked about income, we talked about what relevant cost, number of technique we have discussed. Forget about everything. If someone coming and asking from you by just giving the first three products with that example, A, B, C, this is the company's total. What I will do with A? You think my 200 profit will become how much? 250 by doing what? By stopping what? Product A. If you do so, ultimately, profit making organization will lead to a what? Loss. Is that understandable? Online students? Online? Karishma, are you okay? If you want, you just take down this one. Sanjana, you were not there for the last class. Relevant costing. Don't miss the classes, Sanjana. Thank you. If you want on the shutdown operation, you take down the rule, small point rule. If contribution minus specific fixed cost equal to positive, if the contribution minus specific fixed cost is what? Positive, then the product will be what? Continue. Then the product will be what? Continue. If the contribution minus specific fixed cost is positive, then the product will be continue. If it is what? Negative, product will be what? Divested. Divested. Right? If you want, you can quickly take down this example. What I put on the screen. ஒரு 2 minutes எழுதுறீங்க முடிஞ்சிச்சு. ஸ்லோவா இருக்கு வைஃபை. Marking. Are you all done? Not working. Then you'll have to. Shall I speak to him then?
Not registered for this batch. ACCL எல்லாத்துக்குமே வருது. ACCA தான் ஓபன் பண்ணேன். ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் அனுப்பிச்சுடுறேன். ACCA 28 ஓகேவா, 28 ஜான். அந்த ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் வேணா உங்களுக்கு அனுப்பிச்சுடுறேன். அதே தான் ஓபன் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். சரி ஓகே அனுப்பிச்சுடுறேன். அம்ஸ்டியா இதுடா வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க கொஞ்சம் இது பண்ணி Yeah. சொல்லுங்கண்ணா. ஓகே ஓகே, அது நான் ஓப்பன் பண்ணிட்டேன், அப்படியே லைனில் இரு. ம். ஆ அதே பண்ணுங்க. பண்ணிட்டு சொல்லுங்க நீங்கள். லைனில் இரு, நான் சொல்லுங்க. திருப்பி அதே தான் வந்தாங்க. இல்லை, பசங்க ஒருத்தர் சொன்னாங்க, மற்றவங்க சொல்கிறேன். திருப்பி அங்கே இருக்கேன். திருப்பி அதே ப்ராப்ளம் தான். அதே ப்ராப்ளம், அதே ப்ராப்ளம் தான் இருக்காங்க சார். இப்போ ஏசிசியை தான் நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணேன், மற்றதெல்லாம் நான் இனிமேல் தான் பார்க்கணும். சரி, இது இப்போ இது ப்ராப்ளம் சரி மேனுவலாக பண்ணிட்டாங்க, அதை அனுப்பிச்சி விடும். ஓகே ஓகே. நான் அதை பார்த்துட்டு நல்லா ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டீங்க.
Still are experiencing same issues, then they will do it in manually, right? I don't know because right now a small part to be covered. That is what joint product and further processing. Right, small heading takedown. We'll quickly finish it off that one as well. Then we'll go back to the what past papers. Joint product and further processing. Joint product and further processing decisions. Further processing decisions. Right. Before we get started with the joint product and further processing decision, you'll be getting a small example, right? It's not a big question. How are we going to calculate the common cost between the what joint products? First of all, I just want to get the answer. What is meant by joint product and what is meant by byproduct? Joint product and byproduct. I'm pretty much sure that you would have done where in the basic level of what management accounting. Joint product and byproduct. And byproducts. What is meant by joint product and what is meant by byproduct? Have we come across this terminology before? Chapati. Joint product cycle. What are the cycles? Uh, no. Uh, have you all done the process costing? The basic part of the management accounting, process costing. Right. Anyway, the process costing is not part of our discussions. It's a 120 marks area, right? Uh, no. Anybody from here online? Any idea with regard to the joint product and byproducts? Let's put it other way around. In a process, there will be more than one product, right? So generally, you will put the input over here. Spelling mistakes. It will get process, right? This is process. Then you'll be getting the what? Output. Sometime you may be getting what? More than one output. More than one output. The best example, I can tell you, oil refinery. When you are refining your oil, crude oil, right? There are a number of what products, output. First what? Gas. Second one is what? Super petrol. Next one is what? Petrol, diesel, paraffins. These are what? Number of what? Output in one process. Do you all agree with me? Then sometimes, tea leaves. Tea leaves. When you are putting the tea leaves, you are going to get what? Number of output. Number 1, number 2 tea powder, number 3 tea powder. Finally, you'll be getting what? Dust. Do you all agree with me? In a process, you may be getting what? More than one output. Any product, if you are going to get intentionally, which is known as what? Joint product. You will get what? Intentionally, because that is your intentions. Say for an example, you put the what, oil, crude oil, to get the output of what? Super petrol and petrol. Say for an example. These are what? Joint product. What is meant by byproduct? The product that comes unintentionally. How? When you are making what? When you are refining what? Oil. Sometimes you may be getting what? The byproduct of what? Carbon. Amino acids. Right? These are what? Because that is not the intention of what? To get from what your process. Do you all agree with me? Any output that gives you unintentionally, which is known as what? Byproduct. Now the problem would arise. If you look at oil refinery, there are a number of what? Joint product. There are a number of what? Joint product. How are we going to identify whether that is what? Joint product or what? Byproduct. That is based on what? Don't forget, it's not in your syllabus. Based on what? Selling price. If the selling price are comparatively what? Similar. Comparatively what? Similar. Which is known as what? Joint product. If the selling price is what? Relatively what? Small. Which is known as what? Byproduct. Even for the rice mill, what do is they try to get the output as a what? Rice. On the other side, they are getting what? Dust. That is what they are giving to the what? Cows and all. Am I correct? That dust. Dust is what? Not a what? Main product. That they are getting the dust right through the processor without what? Intentionally. Am I correct? You know the price of the dust. Not even 1 rupee or 2 rupees per kg. Per kg. That is what is known as what? Byproduct. Am I clear to you all? So quickly you take down what is meant by joint product and what is meant by byproduct. If a process results in two or more products of similar value, if a process result in two or more products of a similar value produced intentionally is known as joint product. Next line, if a process results in a product having a lesser value against the main product, lesser value against the main product, lesser value against the main product, and which was produced unintentionally, is known as byproduct. Excuse me. Byproduct is not part of our syllabus at this particular juncture. You know why? It is available where in our basic part of the what management accounting, your previous level, right? Knowledge level under management accounting, there's a topic called process costing. In the process costing, I think because it's not in our syllabus here, there were what joint product and what byproduct, and how are we going to value what this joint product and byproduct under process costing. But here what we are going to do is we are going to talk about in a process you are going to get but more than one output. Do you agree with me? Now the problem would arise, how are we going to share our common cost between the products? Let's say this is the input, this is process, right? Now you're going to get what? More than one output. When you get more than one output, let's say you have incurred the cost of what? 10,000. This is the total cost for the process. Let's say you have got about what? 3 output, A, B, C. How are we going to charge these 10,000 between what these 3? Product is known as what? Charging the overhead between the what? There are 3 methods. One we call it as what? Output method. Based on the output we are going to share. Second one we call it as sales value at separation point of method. I'll explain everything, no worries. Third one is sales value at the end point. Sales value at the end point. There are 3 methods of charging this common overhead between the what? These 3 products. That is the part which we are going to discuss under joint product and further processing. Also, there's another problem now. It does not mean in a process you would be able to get but all 3 output at once. There are some product which has to go through more than one process. Do you all agree with me? Say one example here, input, you got two output, right? A and B. So this A, it has to go with the what for the processing. Then only you can get what final output. But here, let's say you would have incurred the cost of what $10,000. This $10,000, you know, sometime when you go this A, there is a charge of what maybe you will be incurring the cost of what further cost is what, let's say $1 per unit. Am I correct? This point we call it as what? Split off point. Split off point. Also call it as what? Separations point. What do you call for that point? Split off point or what? Separations point. That's the reason. Look at the second method. Second method of charging the overhead is what? Sales value at what? Separation point method. Separation point method. There are three methods of what? Charging the overheads. Right? Let's discuss one by one. Then you will understand how are we going to charge the overhead to what? These products based on what? These three methods. One is what? Output method. Very straightforward. Output method. Second one is what? Sales value at separation point method. Third value what? Sorry, third method is what? Sales value at the end point method. Right? Just I think you have got the questions. Just have a look at the question, please. Split off, double F. Split off. Look at the question. Product ABC are produced in a single process. From the single process, you are getting what? Three outputs. Do you all agree with me? You are getting what? Three outputs. The cost for this process last period amounted $27,200. $27,200 for how many products? How many products? Three products. Data concerning the output are as follows. For product A, how many units? 1,600 units. B, how many units? 3,890 units. C, how many units? 1,870 units. Clear? Sales value at end. What is meant by at end? After completion of what? All processes. After completion of what? All processes. That is what is known as sales value at the end point. After doing the whole part, A is $7, B what? $4, C what? $5. Is that understandable? Look at the next part. Product A needs to be further processed. With the average unit cost of further processing amount is how much? $1. Only for product A to get the final output, we'll have to go through with the what? Further processing. That may happen. Am I correct? That may happen. So all the product cannot be obtained at the same point. Some other product which has to go through with the what? Further processing. That is what they say about what? A. You'll have to go through with the what? Further processing with the $1. $1 the cost. Calculate the amount relevant to the product ABC using what? First output method. So that's very straightforward output method. Just have a look. What is the, let's put the diagram. It's easy for you to understand. This is the input. You incur the cost of how much? 27,200. You're going to get what? Three outputs. Am I correct? A, B, C. But A, only you'll have to go with the what? Further processing. Am I correct? With the cost of how much? $1. Final sales value is, final selling price is how much? For A, $7. Correct? For B, anyway, there is no further processing. The final selling price is what? 4 and what? $5. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Now the question first, output method. How to calculate output method? Output method. Let me know how to calculate the output method. It's very straightforward. Get the total output and split to what? Between the what? Products. What is the total output? This we call it as what? Split off point. Put it the different color. Split off point. Or separation point. Separation point. Right, shall I explain one by one? First one is what? Output method. Output method. There are three products, A, B, C. This is total. Correct? Let me know the output quickly. A is how much? How many units? 1600 units. B, how many units? 3000? 890. Okay. C, 1870. Now, what is the total? 7360. What is our total overhead cost? 27,200. Am I correct? 27,200. Now, output method is very straightforward. What we are going to do is 27,200 divided by 7,360. You will calculate what? Per unit cost. How much?
3.695.
Yeah, 3.6956 dollars per unit. In order to calculate a overhead, 3.6956 times what? 1,600. 3.6956 times 1,600. That would give you how much? Yeah, we'll come up with what whole numbers?
913.
13. Yeah, we'll make it as 13. Right? For B, that is 3.6956 times 3,890. 3,890. How much?
372.
14,375. Last one. 3.6956 times what? 1,870. 6,912. Okay. So the total is correct, no? 27,200. Just check. So this is, we call it as what? Output method. Right. Let me know the problem of this method. What is the problem of this method? You know, to go back to the what the theories. What I'm asking from you, practical explanation. If you are going to charge this overhead to these three products on this basis, what's the problem that you are going to face? My simple question. Once again, when you are deciding the what selling price of a product, from your total production cost, you will add profit. All three products are having a what same cost per unit. Do you all agree with me? Do you all agree with me? Then the value of the item is what not considered. Take an example. Can you say super petrol and the what kerosene? Since we are having our same cost, we will be adding the selling price. Sorry, we will be adding the profit and we will decide the what selling price. Ultimately, all three products are having what same selling price. If you try to go with this method, what output method, the problem that we have, main problem is what? The value of the item is not considered, since all the product is going to have what? Same what? Cost per unit. Put a star mark in, right? This method is not considering value of the item, because all the products is going to have same cost per unit. All the product is going to have what same cost per unit. Right. Let's talk about what final sales value method. Second method is final sales value method. What is the final sales value method? Just have a look first. Product A, product B, product C, and the total. If you look at product A, what is the number of units that you are going to sell? What is the number of units? 1,600. 1,600 units. Each unit, what is the sales value? $7. B, 3,890. What is the selling price? 4. C, 1,800. Selling price? 5. 5. Now get me the sales value for each item. For A, how much? 7,000, 11,200. Just check. B, 15,560. C, 9,350. What is the total? Total sales value. This is the total sales value. 110. Now, what we are going to do is, if you look at our cost, right, overhead cost is how much? 27,200. This 27,200 will be shared, but based on what? This ratio, which is what? 11,200, 15,560, and what? 9,350, which means $27,200 divided by how much? 36,110. That would give you how much? 0.7532. Now, in order to calculate A, 0.7532 multiplied by 11,200. Correct? That would give you how much? 435. Then 436 will make it, right? If you look at B, 0.7532 times what? 15,560. How much? 11,720. Last one, 0.7532 times what? 9,350. 42 or 42. We'll have to make it 40, 42 point? And 43. Right? Then here it should be 21. 11,721. Just check. Then only we getting the total as 27,200.
Getting 7,042.42.
Yeah, because it's not a problem. We'll have to make the adjustment to be, 27,200. Right? That won't be an issue. Yeah, are you okay? Excuse me. Are you okay? These are very, very straightforward one. Very tiny work.
Basically, we are splitting the ratio of the sales.
Yes, of course, sales value. Instead of using the number of units, we are taking the sales value.
Into 27
11,200. Okay.
into 27,200.
Yes.
The percentage of sales of A.
Of course, correct. You're correct. Last method. Shall I move on to the last method? Right. What do you think the problem of this method? What's your personal opinion? Yeah. Very close. Yeah. Look at, because we have gone through for these methods, final sales value method. We took the final selling price, which is what, 7, 7 4 and 5 for product A, B, C respectively. But if you look at product A, it has to come up with another further process. Am I correct? Because that $7 we are going to sell after doing the further processing. Therefore, you can't say for that 27,200 is applicable for what? That 7. It's unfair. We'll have to come up with another processing for that product A. So that is the problem that we are going to face with this method. We'll mark this idea. The process has not created the final sales value for the product. The process has not created the final sales value for the product. It has only created the value at split off point. Value at split off point. Excuse me. If you look at the first method, we talked about what? Output method. Am I correct? Output method. Second method is what? Final sales value method. But now we say the final sales value method is what? Not appropriate, because the product A, which has to go through what? One more processes, which they are going to incur the cost of what? $1. Therefore, they say what? Better to come up with the what? Split off point method. Split off point method. Right? Take down split off point method. Sales value at split off point method equal sales value at split off point equal sales value at split off point equal final selling price minus further selling expenses or further processing cost. Further processing cost. Further processing cost. Excuse me. If you look at the product B, we don't have any issues. Product C also what? We don't have any issue. Only for product A, we are going to calculate sales value at split off point, which is what? Final selling price is how much? 7. Further processing cost is how much? 1. That would give you how much? 6. That would give you how much? 6. Now let's calculate A, B, C. If you look at A, what is the number of units for A? 1600. Am I correct? So this method we call it as sales value at split off, right? Sales value at split off, right? For A, if you look at A, 6 times 1600, number of units, 1600. For B, 4 times 3890. Am I correct? 4 times 3890. For C, 5 times 1870. Correct. 5 times 1870. Let me know the values quickly. This is 15,560. Already we have calculated. This is 9,350. Correct. This is how much? 6,000, 9,600. Then what is the total? What is the total? 34,000? 510. 510. 34,510. Now what you can do is you can split the cost. You know the cost 27,200. Correct? That should be 9,600, 15,600, and 9,350. Then 27,200 divided by 34,510. That would give you how much? How much? 0.81. Now let's calculate the cost. 0.7881 times 9,600. 0.7881 times what? 15,560. 0.7881 times 9,350. Let me know the values, please. 7567. Okay, next one. B 216. C 7369.
Values I rounded up. 6.5, so I told
67. Okay, then the last value C 7,000.
I'm getting 7.5.
Yeah, 7567 then.
6 we can.
Yeah, 7567. 7567. Right? Then the total would be 27,000. These are the three methods of what sharing the common cost between the what joint product. Between the what joint product. You know what is meant by joint product. In a process, you may be getting what more than one output. Am I correct? If the selling price are comparatively similar and the product which you have obtained intentionally, which is known as what joint product. How are we going to share the cost amongst what these product? One method is what output method. You know the total cost will be split into the based on the what output. Second method is what final sales value method. Third method is what split off point method. Final sales value at split off point method. That is what I have found is the best out of what these three. Clear? Now shall we get into the past papers questions? Jesus. 7,300 and I got a different answer for B, 12,264. Yeah. A, how much? A is correct. 7,367. That is correct. 7,566. For B, 12,264. Are you all backing the answers? 6. Yeah, that's not a problem. 6,3 or 6,4. That's not a problem. Last one. 7,370. Yeah, 7,370. Then only we'll be getting what total as what? 27,000. So this is what June 2009 past papers question, bits and pieces, 20 marks questions with regard to the shutdown operation. With regard to the what? Shutdown operation. Can you all first read the question, please? Read and try to underline that you think which is important. The very good questions. Very good questions. First, try to read the question and try to underline that you think which is important to answer for the question. I hope everyone who have got the questions. Sanjana, Karishma. Do you all understand the question first? Are you clear with the questions now first? Requirement. If you go through the entire part of the question, only one simple requirement which would give you the 12 marks. 12 marks. Whether Sunday opening is what lucrative or not. Is it giving the what additional profit to the what company or not? That is the requirement. We'll have to prove that one, yes or not, with the what calculations. Are you all clear online? Students who have joined? Emily, Karishma, Malavika, Sanjana, Priyanka, have you gone through the questions? Very simple requirement. Simple, very simple requirement. They have given the what the questions in a one page. Lengthier questions, volume wise, but very high. But the requirement is very straightforward. Whether Sunday opening is what? Profitable or not? Are you going to shut down operation on Sunday or not? That's all. This is what shutdown decisions. And we have another 8 marks for theory based. That also can be written from the what cases. I can elaborate to you. Shall we get started with the question first? Bits and Pieces operates the retail store selling spares and accessories for the car market. First of all, you should know what is their business. Their business is what? Spares and accessories for the what? Car market. You tell me, is it an essential item or not essential item? Elastic product or inelastic product? We'll be learning in tomorrow's class about the pricing strategy. When I'm teaching you the pricing strategy, I'll talk about what is exactly meant by elastic product and inelastic. Maybe you would have done that part in detail, but knowledge level of what in economics. Perfectly elastic demand, right? Perfectly inelastic demand, right? So likewise, there are a number of products, but we don't go for that extent. I'm going to ask you very lamest what language. Is it an essential item or not essential item? Is it an essential item or luxury item? Luxury item. It's not an essential item. Do you all agree with me? Therefore, this is what highly competitive behind the pricing strategies. We'll have to be very careful with what pricing for the product. We can't increase the prices because this is what car market. Car market, not essential item. It should come to in your mind first. You know what? Those points are but much more important when it comes to theory-based question. Theory-based question, right? The store has previously only opened for 6 days per week for the 50 working weeks in the year. So how many days is open? 6 days, but we don't know what are those days. Right? We'll continue. What are those days? But in a year, there will be 52 weeks, but they are doing the operation only for what? 50 weeks. 50 weeks. But BP is now considering also opening on Sunday. Now they have given the points. So currently we are doing the business of existing operations, Monday to what? Saturday. Agree with me? Now the new operation, Monday to Sunday. Am I correct? Sunday opening. But they are doing the operation for 50 weeks. Then if they are going to go for a what Sunday also, it will be 50 weeks, 50 Sundays. Do you agree with me? 50 Sundays. 50 Sundays. Is that understandable? So those are the information that I have got from the what? First paragraph. Second paragraph. The sales of the business on Monday through the Saturday average $10,000 per day. Per day. Average sales $10,000. Agree with me? So if here $10,000 per day, so we are going to do operation for 6 days. Agree with me? In a year, how many weeks? 50 weeks. Now we can get the what total of sales revenue for a annum. How much? $3 million. Just check. 3 million. It's a total sales revenue for a particular year. Is that understandable? Average gross profit is 70% earned. Gross profit 70%. Right? Then what is the gross profit here? If the sales is 3 million, sorry, yeah, 3 million, gross profit is what 70%. 70% into 3 million because what profit margin? That is not a rocket science. That's very straightforward. How many million gross profit? 21, yeah, 21 lakhs, which is what? 2.1 million. Do you all agree with me? Therefore, the gross profit would be 21 million. If the gross profit is 2.1 million, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, and if you say the sales is what? 3 million, what is your cost of sales? Cost of sales 900,000. Is that understandable? So these are the way you'll have to attempt the questions where in the exam. You can't keep on reading. You should start. Look at the way that I have, started. When I'm reading each but paragraph, I got a but summary of the question. I don't go back to the questions again because I don't have a time to go back. Am I correct? So let's continue this part right after the break. Take a break and come. We'll continue this question. Be the class one time, then only you will understand the questions. Very good question. This is. Take a break and come. We'll continue. Will they get late to come? Priyanka, have you got the answer for these questions? Sanjana? Shall I continue? Okay. So second para we did it. Third para. Bits and pieces expect that the gross profit percentage earned on Sunday will be 20 percentage point lower than the average earned on the other days in the week. Then what it would be the gross profit percentage for Sunday? Sunday only, if Sunday opening, 20 percentage point lower than the general one. Then the gross profit percentage would be 50 percentage. Do you all agree with me? Agree with me? So if the general, all the other days, we do make what? 70% as what? Gross profit margin. But Sunday only what? 50 percentage. This is because they plan to offer us substantial discounts and promotion on Sundays to attract customers. Given the price reduction, Sunday sales revenue are expected to be 60% more than the average daily revenue for the other days. If you're going to open on Sundays, right, the average sales would be 60% more than what? Average normal day. Normal day sales is how much? 10,000. 10,000 times 60% is what? 16,000. Do you all agree with me? Then Sunday sales 60% above. 60% above. The normal day, which is for 10,000, 60% means Sunday sales would be 16,000. Agree with me? Is that understandable? Is that clear? Now my question before we continue. Do you think that is a good move? Sunday is giving the bulk discounts to the what your customer just to boost your sales. Do you think is it a good move? Is it a good practice? So Monday to Saturday, what do we do is we do our normal operations, right? We don't give any offers. Due to the Sunday opening, we try to give more offers on Sundays. Do you think it's a good move? Why? If you do like that, what will happen? No, that's correct. What I'm asking is, what these people are doing is, currently they are doing a business only Monday to Saturday. Right? Now they have a plan to do a business on Sunday as well. But if they are going to do a sales on Sundays, the Sunday sales would be 60% more than the what normal sales. The normal day sales is what 10,000. 60% means the Sunday sales would be 16,000. Why they are having what more sales on Sunday? Since they are doing a what lot of what offers and the bulk discount. That's the reason your gross profit percentage has fallen to what? 50%. Has fallen to what? 50%. Originally it was what? 70%. Now my questions, right? My question. Do you think giving more discounts on Sunday is a good move? Why?
It is more profitable.
Try to be with what this, case. Try to be with this case. We are doing this is a car market. Car accessories. The car accessories, then it's not essential item. It's not a what? Essential item. Now what they do is they do a business on Monday to Saturday. Now they want to open a shop for what? Another one more day, which is what? Sunday. Or the requirement is, if you fast forward the case and if you go back to the requirement, they are asking whether Sunday is opening is what? Lucrative or not. Is it profitable or not? That is a requirement. Am I correct? But in Sunday, they said but the sales would be 60% more than what? Normal days. Normal day sales is 10,000. Then the Sunday sales would be 60% more than means 16,000. But your gross profit has fallen to about 50% because Sundays you are doing too much of what? Discounts, promotions. So my question, because you have to think in the all angle. Then only you can answer the theory based question. Do you think that is a good move? Giving more discount and offers on Sundays instead of other days? Why? Why do you think it's not giving the discount is a not good move on Sundays? What's the reason? On which ground that you can explain that part? This is car accessories because I'm not asking the answers from you all the performance management perspective. I'm asking from you all the practical perspective. I'm not expecting you to give the answer from the what performance management perspective. Give you a common answer. If you try to give a Sunday's offers and the discount, because this is not an essential item. Am I correct? The people will wait to buy the shopping, not on what the weekdays, the Sunday. The Sunday would be then ultimately what? High, turnover, but very difficult to do a normal operation on Sundays. Why? High volume of customers on Sunday, they are expected to get what? Discount. The people will wait to what? Buy the stuff on what? Sunday. Then all the other day sales are what? Yeah, drop. Because all the other days only you are making the gross profit of what? 70%. You will agree with me, what I'm telling you. And there will be some operational issues. You need what? More staff on Sunday to manage what? All your what? Custom. Also, outlook, it's a very unfair. Because the same item, the person who buys on Sunday is one price and other days what? Another price. The people who have already bought the goods but on the other days, they will what? Come to the what? Different opinion with regard to the what? Company's operations. And there will be a problem with the quality issue. But they think what? Some other customers may think what? Sunday's items are what? Poor quality item because its mentality is there. Anything with the same product, if they are giving the two different prices. Right? What do they think? They may think one side is what? The poor quality. Am I correct? There are number of what? Issues that you will be what? Facing if you are going to give the offers only on Sundays by doing a Sundays open. Is that understandable? But these points, all these things you should what remember. Because this of course I can't teach you. This of course you will have to think yourself. This is not in a management accounting, performance management. But this case I can explain to you. Can you think the same case which would be tested by in the exam? It would be a completely what different type. You got my point. So you have to be very, because that's by using the common sense, you'll have to get the answers. Sanjana, Priyanka, are you all with me? Malavika, Umar, Emily. Okay. On Sunday to attract the customer, given the price reduction, Sunday sales revenue are expected to be 60% more than the average daily sales revenue for the other days. The Sunday sales estimated are for new customers only, with no allowance being made for those customers that may transfer from the other day. Right? Bits and pieces buys all goods from one supplier. This supplier gives 5% discount on all purchases. Look at the condition. If annual spend exceeds what? 1 million. They are giving the discounts only when if you exceed what? 1 million. So if you look at your existing operation, what is your existing operations? Monday to Saturday, annual purchase would be what? Don't know the purchase because we calculated only what? Cost of sales. We calculated what? Cost of sales. Bit of a what accounting, financial accounting is needed over here. You should know what is meant by gross profit margin. And what is meant by what? Cost of sales. Cost of sales means opening stock, purchases minus what? Closing stock. Am I correct? That is what is known as cost of sales or cost of goods sold. Or another name is what? Cost of production. All are same. And you know what is meant by gross profit margin. The profit is calculated from the what? Sales. Profit is calculated from what? Sales. That is what is known as gross profit margin. Clear? Now, if you are going to do the opening on Sundays, so how many Sundays in a year then? You are doing the business for 50 days. Sorry, 50 weeks. I'm sorry, 50 weeks. So then how many Sundays? 50 Sundays. Am I correct? So if you are going to do Sunday opening, 50 Sundays times what? 16,000. Then what is our total sales? Sales how much? Eight lakhs. Sales 800,000. Gross profit they say how many percentage? 50%. Am I correct? 50%. Therefore, the gross profit is what? 400,000. And the cost of sales is how much? 400,000. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? But the supplier who is giving you the discount, if your purchase but exceed what? 1 million. So through the existing operation, we found the only but the cost of sales, not the purchases. Not the purchases. Cost of sales is different from purchases. We'll read the question and we'll find out what is the purchases. It has been agreed to pay time and half to the sales assistant that works on Sunday. Time and half. Time and half. What does that mean? Time and half. 1.5 times. Do you agree with me? The normal hourly rate is $20 per hour. So normal rate is $20 per hour. Correct? In total, 5 sales assistants will be needed for every 6 hours. That store will be open on Sundays. If you are going to open on Sunday, how many people which is needed? 5 people, 5 members. Am I correct? Each person who will work how many hours? 6 hours. Correct? 6 hours. The rate is how much? 1.5 times of what? $20, which is how much now? 30. Then how many Sundays? 50 Sundays. 50 Sundays. Then what is the total staff cost? Staff cost. Sunday staff cost. Five times 6, 6 times 30 times 50. Staff cost is how much? 45,000. How much staff cost? 5 members, Each person who works 6 hours per day, 45,000. The total is what? 45,000. Excuse me, I'm just getting the numbers only. Still, I didn't get the what final answer. I'm just working on the numbers based on the information that has been given just to save the time. Otherwise, I will go back to the questions from the what scratch. Right? Will take time. They will also be able to take half day off for 4 hours during the week. Those who are working on what Sundays, they can take a leave what on the other weekdays. Staffing level will be allowed to reduce slightly during the week to avoid the extra cost being what incurred. The staff will have to be what supervised by a manager. So the staff will be supervised by the what manager, currently employed by the company and the paid annual salary of 80,000. Currently, manager salary is how much? Manager's salary 80,000. That is what we are paying. If the manager works on Sunday, if they work on Sunday, they will take the equivalent time off during the week. So we are giving the what? Equal time off during the what? Week. When the assistant manager is available to cover for them to extra cost of bits and pieces. The manager will also be paid bonus 1% of extra sales generated on Sunday project. Now, in addition to that, the manager, because we need to appoint a manager on Sunday. Every 5 staff, we need a what? Manager. Supervisor. We need to appoint the manager. Managers are not given the salary. Why? Managers, we have given the opportunity for them. If you are working on Sunday, you can take a leave what? Another day. Am I correct? Then we won't be giving them a what? Additional amount, but they will be given bonus. Those who are working on Sundays, we are giving them a what? Bonus. That is what? 1% of the what? Extra sales on Sunday. 1% bonus. Then what is our extra sales on Sundays? 800,000. Am I correct? 800,000. 1% is how much? 8,000. 10% 80,000. 8,000. As a bonus on Sundays. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Is that understandable? The store will have to be lit lighting, right? Lit at a cost of $30 per hour and heated cost of $45 per hour. Heating will come on 2 hours before the store open in 25 winter weeks to make sure it is warm enough for a customer come in at opening time. The store is not heated in other weeks. So first, let's talk about what lighting. Lighting, how much? $30 per hour. Am I correct? Lighting $30 per hour. How many hours lighting now? How many days? Sorry, how many hours we are doing the operation? 6 hours. Am I correct? Therefore, lighting, if you look at lighting, 6 hours per day. Am I correct? 6 hours per day. Per day. So, lighting cost is how much? $30 per hour. $30 per hour. This is for a day. Since we are going to open on Sunday for 50 Sundays, total lighting cost would be times 50 days. How much? $2,000. 9,000. That is, sorry? No, it should be 800,000 times 1% is what? 8,000. No, 800,000 no, bonus. Look at the bonus, how we are giving for bonus for what? Are we giving the bonus for their salary or are we giving the bonus for their sales? Sales. What is the sales on Sundays? 800,000. Am I correct? Not for the what their salary. If we are giving the what you call bonus for their salary, you are correct. And look at the heating. The heating will come on 2 hours before the store opens. How many hours it's open a day? No, how many hours it's open? 6 hours. A day it's open but 6 hours. But we'll have to put the lighting before 2 hours. Therefore, altogether how many hours? Heating 8 hours. Am I correct? Every 1 hour, the rate is how much? $45. But we are not going to do for a 50 days. Look at what they say. The heating will come on 2 hours before the store open in the 25 winter weeks to make what? So it warm. Only for how many weeks? Not for the what? 50 Sundays. Only for 25 Sundays we are supposed to do the what? Heating. Then times what? 25 days. Out of 50 Sundays, only winter how many days? 25 Sundays. Therefore, it has to be what? Switch on only for what? 25 days. Then what is the total heating cost? 9,000. Clear? And the rent is what? 420,000. Is it relevant rent? Is rent is relevant cost of Sunday opening? Why? Very good. It's a general fixed cost. We are not going to pay anything. If they would have given you, if Sunday openings happens, right? The current rent 420,000 will become 450,000. Then that 30,000 is what? Specific fixed cost. That is always what relevant, whether we are going for a Sunday opening or not. Is that understandable? Second thing, salary of what managers 80,000. Is it relevant? 80,000 salary of the manager. Is it relevant? It is about committed cost. Already we have signed the agreement. Whether we are opening on Sunday or not, you will be paid what? 80,000. Are you clear? Everything? Are you clear everything what I have explained? Online students, are you all clear? Umar, Sanjana, Malavika, Karishma. Yes, Priyanka. There's a question from Priyanka. So bonus is given 1% of extra sales. Extra sales we are doing only on Sundays, no, Priyanka. Shall we get started now? Getting the answers? Look at the first requirement. Part A. Part A. 12 marks. Calculate whether the Sunday opening incremental revenue exceeds the incremental cost over a year. Correct? Whether the revenue is more than what? Cost. As long as the revenue is more than what? Cost. Incremental mean we are going to get what? Additional income on Sundays. Whether that additional income is more than what? Our additional cost on Sunday, then that will be what? Proceed. Am I correct? That will be proceeded. You know why? It's going to give you the what? Extra income for the company, extra profit for the company. Look at the bracket what they have given. Ignore inventory movements. What does that mean? Ignore inventory movements. Which means what? There's no what? Stock valuation. There's no what? Stock valuation. The question says there's no stock valuation. Cost of sales equals to purchases. Do you agree with me? How to calculate purchases? Opening stock plus purchases minus what? Closing stock equals to what? Cost of sales. Correct? Now, if the question says there's no closing stock, no opening stock, can I say the purchases equals to cost of sales? Can or can't? Can. Now I know the purchases. Am I correct? I know the purchases. How? If you go back and check. our existing operations, existing operations, listen very carefully because I'll have to get the discounts as well. I'll have to get the what? Discounts as well. Properly I'll have to work. My existing operation, I am working for 50 weeks, right? 50 weeks, Monday to Saturday. Daily sales is $10,000, correct? I'm doing the operation for 6 days, correct? For 50 weeks, that would give you 3 million. Am I correct? My sales. Then I found the gross profit, which is what, 21 million, correct? Then I found my cost of sales. Cost of sales, $900,000, which is my purchases. Agree with me? My existing operation. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Yeah, 0. Correct, no? Is that understandable? Now, if I go for a Sunday opening, right? Only Sunday, my sales would be 60% more than the what? Normal day. The Sunday sales would be 16,000, correct? Is that understandable? Sunday sales would be $16,000. So how many Sundays? 50 Sundays. Then my sales would be 800,000, correct? But here the gross profit, they say what? Only 50%. Since we are doing a what? Lump sum of money of what? Discounts. And a lot of promotion that we do on that day. Due to that, gross profit is 50%. Therefore, my cost of sales is 400,000. Is that understandable? Then cost of sales is similar to what? My, which is how much? 400,000. Now, if you look at my total purchases with the Sunday, almost it comes around how much? 1.3 million. Am I correct? Now, a total purchase $1.3 million, which is what? 900,000 and 400,000. If that exceed 1 million, I'm going to get a discount of how much? 5%. Discount. Then what is my net purchases? 5% ng 61,295,000. Just check. $65,000. 65 now 1,235,000. Correct? Discount is 65,000. This is discount. Correct? Now the net amount would be 1,235,000. My total purchase cost. Correct? Out of that, listen very carefully. Out of that, Monday to Saturday, 900,000. Because I won't be getting any discount from Monday to what? Saturday. The discount that I'm going to get 5% only when I'm opening on Sundays. Therefore, Sunday my purchase cost would be $335,000. Is that understandable? Sunday purchase cost would be 335,000 purchase cost. Is that understandable? But I found there are two types of mistakes student makes when they exam. One, they say they try to calculate the total purchase as but 1.3 million. then they will split these 1 million because they try to calculate the 5% separately for 900,000, separately for 400,000. Then you would say for 400,000, 5% is how much? 20,000. Then the net amount is how much? 380,000. That is wrong. Some of the students, what they try to do is, they say 5% discount since our total purchase is what exceed 1 million. Exceed 1 million. They try to calculate. So 900,000 5% is how much? 45,000. Then again 400,000 5% is what? 20,000. Altogether 65,000. That is correct. 65,000 is correct. Then they try to calculate the purchases on Sunday 400,000 5%, which is how much? 20,000, which is how much? 300 and you are wrong. If you say 380,000, you are wrong. Why? We are going to calculate what is our incremental revenue and what is our incremental cost. By opening on Sunday only, we are going to get a 5% discount. Therefore, the total discount should have been given to the what? Sunday purchases. Not for the what? Entire purchases. Because if you do not open on Sunday, are we going to get any discounts? No. Now let's go back to the calculations. Now very straightforward. First one is incremental revenue. Incremental revenue. Sunday. We are going to open what? Sunday opening. Sunday opening. Sunday opening. 50 Sundays. $16,000. Now, which would give you how much? 800,000. 800,000. Is that understandable? This is our incremental revenue. Now let's subtract all our incremental costs on behalf of what? Sunday. First one is what? Incremental or purchase cost. 300 and what? 35,000. Is that understandable? Don't put 380,000. You are wrong. It should be what? 335,000. Sunday opening, the entire discount which is applicable for Sunday. You may argue, no, we are going to give the discount for the whole purchase. If there is no sales, but Monday to what? Saturday, we can't get that 400,000 but 5%. No, you may argue. But that discount, because Monday to Saturday is what? Current operations, no? It is there. Whether you are doing or not, it is there. But only Sunday opening only, you are eligible for what? That 5% discount. You are eligible for what? That 5% discount. Therefore, that should have been given to what? Sunday. The incremental purchases would be how much? 335,000. Purchase cost. Incremental purchases. Now there are other costs. What are the costs? We found staff cost. On Sunday, staff cost. How many staff? There should be 5 staff. Am I correct? Each working 6 hours. Right? And what is the rate? Staff rate? $30. $30 per hour. And how many Sundays? 50 Sundays. Therefore, the cost is how much? 45,000. Already we have calculated. You can copy and paste it from there. 45,000. Right? Next one is what? Lighting. Next one is lighting. Lighting costs. We have already calculated. How many hours lighting? 6 hours. 6 hours. Every 1 hour rate is how much? $30. $30 per hour. And for how many days? 50 days. That would give you how much? 9,000. Then we calculated what? Heating. Heating 8 hours. 2 hours prior to the what? Our business operation will have to what? Switch on the what? Heating part. And the rate is what? $45 per hour. But only for 25 Sundays. 25 Sundays. That would give you how much? 9,000. 9,000. And one more part, which is what? Bonus. Bonus 1% of what? Extra sales. Which is how much? 800,000. Which is what? 8,000. That's all the cost. Now we can get the net with the incremental cost of revenue. Am I correct? What is that? How much? Sorry?
3,94,000.
3,94,000. Positive, no? Therefore, just take on the conclusion. It's very clear. Mark on that. It's very clear. Very clear. The above calculation is showing the incremental revenue is more than incremental cost. Right. Now I need answer from you B and C part. 4 marks. You'll have to write down the answers. I'll give you 5 minutes. Already I have explained B and C part. Not as an answer of but B and C. We discussed that part. With that knowledge, can you all give me the answer for B and C? Right. Shall we go back to the what B and C part? I need answer from you. We will discuss and you just try to take down because I don't want to dictate that part because you have to develop your writing skill as well. What about, so can you show the previous working? Yes, of course. Sanjana, is this working? Priyanka, are you okay? This is what I have got. Summary of the questions. This is. Very serious. I'm expecting answer from you for B and C part. Right? I need answer from you. Right. B. Discuss whether the managers pay D, time off and bonus. What is meant by time off? Since he's working on Sundays, he can take a leave on what? Another day. He can take a leave on a weekday. And what? He is paid what? Bonus. 1% from what? Extra sales. Correct? Which means already we have calculated his bonus is what? 80,000. Correct? 8,000. He is going to enjoy this bonus 8,000 for how many days? 50 days. Because 50 Sundays, no? For 50 Sundays only, he will be given what? 8,000 bonus. Then per day, how much he is getting as a bonus? 160. Every Sunday, if he is going for a work, he'll be given as a what? Bonus $160. Correct? Per day. The same time, staff salary. If you look at the staff salary, they are paid 6 hours per day. Correct? 1.5 times than the normal rate on Sunday. Those who are working on Sunday, $30 per hour. Correct? Which means they are paid $180 per day. When they are working on Sundays, staffs are paid $180. Managers, because they are not given the salary, because you know why? They are already committed to what? Salary of what, 80,000, but they are given the what? Bonus 1%. It comes around what, $160 per day. So that is the what's exactly happening what in the current operations. Is likely to motivate him? Yes or no? But whenever you give the answers where uh, getting a bonus of 10% of his current salary sounds like a deal. Yes, of course, Sanjana, I do agree with you, right? Because currently, however much they are paid as a bonus, they are happy. Am I correct? But here, the requirement whether the manager, what is paid currently as a 1% of what bonus will exactly motivate him, right? That is the requirement over here. So for that, whenever you give the answers beyond the exam, in the first line itself, don't say yes or no. Don't blindly give the answers yes or no. Then you would expect what, 4 marks. So I have given the correct answer yes, or I have given the correct answer as what, no. Don't give the answers like that. You'll have to do a bit of a working. Look at the working which I have done it over here. This is the working should have been shown first. So managers, if he's going to get a bonus for all 50 days, the total bonus is what, $8,000. Ultimately, on Sunday, he is getting the income as what, $160. The person who is working under him is a staff. Am I correct? So you know the hierarchy, but I don't like to, because I do say what, because all the people should have been treated in the equal manner. But maybe manager would have appointed as based on the what qualifications and the experience. So manager, he thinks himself, the person who is working under me is paid about the how much? End of the day, money, no. When he's working 6 hours, he's paid what, $180. When I'm working 6 hours, I'm paid only how much? $160. Now you tell me, will we be motivated? No, not at all. By showing his calculation, you can tell him to the examiner, as the numbers perspective, the manager who thinks that he is paid less than the what staff salary a day. Am I correct? Therefore, based on this calculation, it does not motivate the what manager. Do you all agree with me? Do you all agree with me? Sanjana, Priyanka. Also, look at another problem here. Staff, excuse me, this point also should have been what highlighted. Staff who is working under manager, the person who is working under manager, when he is working on Sundays, when he is working on what? Sunday, he is paid what? 1.5 times above the normal rate. 1.5 times above the what? Because current rate is what, 20, but for the if he works on Sundays, he'll be paid what, $30 per. Whereas manager is given the opportunity to what? Take leave only what? Another day. Am I correct? How that will be motivate the what employee? Am I correct? So as Sanjana said, if it is around 3 to 4% bonus would be what acceptable. Therefore, don't mention the percentage over there. You can mention if it is a reasonable percentage the bonus on what the Sundays, that would be definitely motivate the what managers. And we will be talking about one more factor or the technique in future, right? With regard to the risk and uncertainty. My question, what is the surety that the Sunday sales would be 60% more than the daily sales on the other days? What is the surety? It's a prediction. Completely what? Prediction. It may be sometime less than that. If that is less than that, the current bonus also would be less than what they have already predicted. You got my point. Clear to you. Therefore, that also will be the point to the mark whether the managers will be motivated or no. Clear? These are the points that needs to be highlighted when it comes to the part B. I hope you all have done it. Yes, of course, Sanjana, because here we have given the option to make a bonus, no? Because the manager is supposed to work on Sundays. It's a commitment, but he can take a leave on the another day. That's not a problem. Since we are going to do a business on Sunday as well, no? But that's there anyway. He won't be given the. But also we can't do a business without having a manager on Sunday. That is what cases also say. There should be a manager on Sunday. Are you all clear? Anyone can read out your answers the way you have written? Can I have a look? At least one student's answer. Just read, no problem. From the beginning, you just read it, no problem. Yeah, finish and let me know. Anybody who have completed? But here this question, the informations are cluttered, scattered everywhere, right? So you'll have to collect and you'll have to, but answer is very easy. Well, getting 12 marks is very easy as long as you understood the questions. But I believe most of the students who made mistakes of the discounts part only. So that is a incremental discounts. It's not a general discount. Oh, 4 marks, around 8 lines, 8 to 10 lines, more than enough. 8 to 10. Are you all done? Can anyone read your answers, please? I can add some points.
So it's always better. Manager can be demotivated. Also, the Sunday sales is an estimation or like a prediction. So the company may get low sales than what they expect. It will reduce the manager's bonus even more.
Superb, excellent, excellent. But only the first point that you have mentioned, that you can put it with the last part. Only the first point itself you are starting with, they are not motivated, no. So that can be said in the last point. After giving the evidence, we are proving due to this reason is they are not motivated. What about your answer? Same way. Right. Next part of the question. Briefly discuss whether offering a substantial price discount that we are, the customer will change the buying pattern. Instead of buying the weekdays from Monday to Saturday, they try to come on what Sunday to buy, because this is what not essential item. Because that you will have to mention, it's not an essential item. Car accessories. Therefore, they will wait until Sunday comes. Till Sunday comes. Then they will come and do a shopping. If they try to do on that, our Sunday sales will increase. However much we are increasing our Sunday sales, our gross profit margin is what? 50%. When compared with all the other days, we are maintaining what? 70% there. Therefore, the company's overall profit will decline. That is the first point to be highlighted. Second point, if they change the what you call, if they are giving the bulk discounts and the promotion on Sundays, the customer who thinks the Sunday they are giving the poor quality item, low quality item. That's the reason they have done the what price reduction when compared with other days, vice versa. Right? That point should have been what highlighted. And one more point, you can say the company is going to face a big issue with the operational problems on Sunday, since their volume is what, or the number of customers is what, tentatively what, very high when compared with what on the other days. Then you will be having a lot of what operational issues. Then the complaints, you'll be getting the complaints from the what, the people who are doing the shopping what during the what on the other days, because they say what we have already bought the what higher price, but on Sunday you are giving for the what lowest price. Then ultimately you won't be able to do what that night. There is a question mark of what 900,000 what, sorry, the sales of what 3 million sales. Why? The people will won't come and buy from you what the 3 million. They will wait until what Sunday comes. So these are the points that needs to be highlighted with regard to the what point C. Excuse me, that can be done. Excuse me, you can give a lump sum of what discounts, promotion for the product when the product is what maturity stage. We'll be learning that part in tomorrow's class with regard to the pricing decision. We can give a bulk discount if the product is in the maturity or decline stage, so we can go for it. But we can't say each and every occasion we can go with the what discounts and the promotions, right? Is that understandable, others? Sanjana, are you okay? Malavika, Karishma, Emily, Arokya. Sheba, Umar. Excuse me, it is not compulsory to write down the way that I have explained to you. As long as if you try to highlight the points what I have told you, you will be given the full marks. Right. Shall we go back to the stay clean? There's another past paper question 2009. You have got that question in the last week, I believe. Can you put it again in the WhatsApp group? The same questions. Stay clean. That's also very good questions. You'll have to do only the part A because part A and C, B we are supposed to do that one pricing strategies. We'll discuss that part later, right? We'll try to answer for part A and C. Yes, stay clean. Stay clean.
No, it's a joke.
Please make a please answer plan to these questions. Answer plan. This is what shutdown, no? Shutdown operations. Am I correct? One question, of course, I have explained to you all. This, of course, you let it try. I can't keep on explaining each and every part of the questions. Then you won't be doing end of the day. Sanjana, excuse me. Can you close this one? Screen, can you close? Not that one. Anybody who have tried? Anybody who have got the answers? Anyone who have got the answers? That is what 13 marks. At least some part they all have covered. Sanjana? Yes, Malavika have got. She has got as what 96,000. Is it the final answer, Malavika? I guess Malavika, you all, working with a little longer route. I can put it as a very shortcut. I can put it as a very shortcut. If you want time, I can give you, not a problem. But I need answer from you all. I can't keep on explaining each and every, because similar type of questions that we discussed, I have explained. What about you all? Have you all got the answers? Girls? Doing good. Sanjana? Malavika, maybe your answer is correct. Maybe your answer is correct. If I explain, can you all try the questions? Excuse me, guys. If I explain, at least can you all try the question? If I start, can you all continue? Shall I start now? What about you? Last row. Any answers? Not yet. Why? I expected from you. Answer. Trying. Malavika, your answer is correct, but I guess that you'd have come with a little longer route. No problem. Let's get started. I'll start, you just continue. I just start, you just continue, right? Stay Clean manufacturers. I'm sorry. Stay Clean manufactures and sells a small range of kitchen equipment. Especially the product range contains the dishwasher, DW, washing machines, and tumble dryer. The TD is often rather all design. They clearly says what? TD is what? All design. And has for some time generated negative contribution. It has been generated with what? Negative contributions. It is widely expected that in 1 year times that the market for the design of TD will cease. We are going to shut down. We are going to shut down the what? TD. Do you remember that? When you are going to shut down one thing, if that product is giving you the contributions, if that product is going with the contribution, it can be continued. Am I correct? If it is a negative contribution, it can be considered to what? Divested. Divested. It is widely expected that a 1 year time the market of the design TD will cease as people switch to what washing machine that can also dry clothes. After the washing cycle has what completed due to the what new product development, that is what washing machine, they can shut down the what TD, but it's not required. It's not required. That is what they say. Stay Clean is trying to decide whether or not to cease the production of TD now, or in 12 months time when the new combined washing machine or dryer will be ready. So there will be a 12 months time to what introduce a new product to the market. When you are introducing that 12 months time into the market, you can what cease that product, or you can cease it what now. There are two options. To help with the decision, the following information has been what provided. Normal selling price, annual sales volume, and the total variable cost for three products are shown as follows. Selling price, and let's look at the contribution per unit for DW is 80, washing machine is what 170, TD is what negative what 10, negative 10. Production and sale 5,000 units, here 6,000 units and 1,200 units. It is thought that some of the customer that buy TD, look at the additional information. It is thought that some of the customer that buy TD also buy what? DW and WM. When they are buying the TD, they are buying what? Other two products as well. It is estimated 5% of the sales. My questions. If you're going to cease for TD, you're going to lose another 5% of sales from what? DW and the what? WM. In other words, you'll be losing the contribution from what? These two products. That is what relevant cost. Do you agree with me? Opportunity cost is what? Always relevant cost. Opportunity cost is what? Always relevant cost. All the direct labor force currently working on the TD will be made redundant immediately if TD is what ceased now. If you are going to cease now, all the employees will be what redundant. Then we don't pay what labor cost. Am I correct? This would cost 6,000 in redundancy payment. So you have to make a payment redundancy. If you are doing a dismissal, you have to make a payment to the employees. How much the redundancy payment? 6,000. If Stay Clean waited for 12 months, the existing labor force would be retained and retained at a cost of 3,500 to enable them to produce a new washing dryer products. If you are going to retain for next 12 months, right, you can save how much? 3,500. So one side, if you are going to, seize the product now, you have to make a payment of how much? 6,000. In 12 months time, that's an opportunity, but you can save how much? 3,500. Recruitment and training cost of labor in 12 months time would be how much? 1,200. Altogether cost is how much? 7,200. If you are going to cease now from 7,200, that is in what? Opportunity cost of how much? 3,500. Retain and save. Am I correct? Altogether, only the relevant cost is 3,700. Is that understandable? With regard to the labor force of TD, if you are going to cease the product now, there will be a redundancy payment of how much? 6,000. Do you all agree with me? Redundancy payment of how much? 6,000. And if you are going to keep them for next 12 months, so you can save about what? Another retain and the existing labor force would be retained at a cost of 3,500 to enable the produce a new washing machine. So if you keep them that employees for next 12 months, you can save about how much? 3,500. Apart from that, if you are going to keep them, you'll have to pay another 1,200 for the training and recruitment costs. Am I correct? Therefore, the total relevant cost would be 6,000 minus 3,500 minus 1,200, $3,700. Is that clear? Right. Stay Clean operates a just-in-time policy, so all material costs would be saved on the TD for 12 months if the TD product cease now. Equally, the material cost related in the lost sales on the WDM also saved. However, the material supply has volume-based discount scheme is given. The discount is given. You have to be very careful. 0 to 600,000, no discount. 600,000 to 800,000 is what 1%. They have given the percentages. Stay Clean uses this supply for all its material for all the product its manufactured. The figure given above the cost per unit table for the material cost per unit are net of any discount Stay Clean already qualifies for, right? The space in the factory currently used for the TD will be sublet for 12 months on a short-term lease contract. If the production TD stops now, then there will be opportunity cost. There will be what? Opportunity cost of how much? $12,000. That is always what? Relevant cost. Do you all agree with me? Sublet income is what? $12,000. Am I correct? The supervisors currently class as a what? An overhead. Supervisor the production of all three productions spending approximately 20% of their time on the TD production. They would continue to be fully employed if the TD ceases to be produced now. So that is not relevant. Why? Whether you are going to cease the product or not, they will be given anyway what? Full employment. Therefore, it's not relevant. Committed cost, that is. Committed cost. Calculate whether or not it's worthwhile ceasing the product TD now rather than waiting 12 months. Ignore the time value of money. What they say, if you are going to cease the product now, it's worthwhile, or waiting for that what? Another 12 months time is what? Worthwhile. Now what we have to do is we'll have to first consider what are the costs that we are going to incur if we are going to cease what? Now. What are the costs? What are the relevant costs if we are going to cease the what? TD now. Is that clear? That is what we are going to calculate. Right. First one. Loss contribution. Loss contribution. If you are going to cease now, TD, how many units TD? 1,200 units, right? Each unit you are making the negative contribution is how much? 10. Am I correct? Then if you are going to cease now, this is what? Negative. You will be saving 12,000. Do you agree with me? Sorry. This 12,000 will be saved. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? If you are going to what? Cease. If you are going to cease now, because this product currently is giving you what? Negative contribution. If you are going to stop now, you will be saving $12,000. If you are going to cease now. Is that understandable? Right, okay. If we are going to cease now this TD, another product contribution will be reduced by what? 5%. Do you all agree with me? You all agree with me? Loss contribution from other product. Loss contribution from other product. So currently we are making a contribution of what? How much the contribution for DW? How much? $80 contribution for how many units? 5,000 units. 5,000 units plus for next one is what? W, washing machine. Yeah, contribution is 170, 6,000 units. This is our total contribution at the moment. Am I correct? At the moment, this is the total contribution. But if we are going to cease TD from this total contribution, we are going to lose only how many percentage? 5%. Am I correct? Then 5% of this. The cost. How much? Lost contribution. It's a one other relevant cost. How much? 5% of this total. Five percentage of this. How much? 5% of this. Because from the total contribution, we are going to lose only 5% if we are going to cease the TD now. Am I correct? Other two products will be reduced by 5%. If other two products will be reduced by 5%, we are going to lose a contribution of what? 5%. 71,000. This is not saving, this is a cost we are going to incur, but the 12,000 is what saving by stopping what the TD. If you are going to cease the TD, we are going to get saving of what 12,000 because every unit of TD is giving you the negative contribution of what 10. If you cease that one, that will be saved. Do you agree with me? I think Sanjana, your answer is correct. The final answer. We'll double check. We'll double check. Superb. Excellent. Next one is what? Can you all continue now? Others. Labors. Can you continue now? I have started. You promised me that you will continue. If you want, I can put the headings. Next one is what? Redundancy and recruitment payment. Redundancy. How much? And recruitment. How much the redundancy and recruitment? Yeah, how you have calculated redundancy and recruitment? 6,000 is your cost, redundancy payment. But if you are going to keep them for next 12 months, you will be saving how much? 3,500. 3,500, right? And on the other side, if yeah, you will be incurring the cost of how much? 1,200. Altogether, what is the relevant cost? This is also minus. This one is a plus. This is 3,500. 3,500 as what? Positive. Therefore, how much? 3,700 net. 3,700. And you have what? Lost discount. Calculate yourself. And what? Sublet income. There's an opportunity cost. Am I correct? In case if you're going to what? Stop now, you'll be getting another income of what? 12,000. Am I correct? That we call it as what? Sublet income. Supervisors one is what? Committed cost. That won't come. Just calculate sublet income and lost discounts. Loss discount, bit of a working needed. What is the loss discount? Anybody who knows loss discount? Think and let me know. Very good, Sanjana. How you have found the Sanjana that amount? If you don't mind, can you show me the working only for that? You're correct. Excuse me. Do you remember the example that I have explained to you with regard to the shutdown operation? The product which was giving you what? Loss, right? Then we are going to stop that one. Ultimately, after we are stopping that one, the entire company made what? Loss. The profit being converted as a what? Loss. Because that is due to the what? Positive contribution. But if you look at this example, for this example also, they have given what? That product is giving you negative contribution. Still what? We are discussing whether to what? Cease or not. Whether to what? Cease or not. Or we need to wait for another 12 months time. For that only we are doing a calculation. For that only we are doing a calculation. So then if we are going to stop, we are going to save 12,000 because loss of contribution. On the other side, we are going to lose the what other product contribution, which is how much? 71,000, 5% of what our total contribution. And there will be a redundancy and recruitment cost of what? 3,700. It is a saving for the company. 3,700 is negative, I'm sorry. It is a cost for the company, 3,700, right? And we are having a saving, sublet income. If you are going to stop TD now, that building can be given for third party for what? 12,000. Therefore, that is a saving for what? Company, 12,000. Only we'll have to calculate loss discount. Sanjana, I need a working from you. How you have got 19,000? Yes, I got the answer from Sanjana. Very good, Sanjana. Very straightforward. Yes, correct. So now we need to find out what is the lost discount. Lost discount. Just have a look. Look at the question, what it says. If your purchase exceed what they have given the breakdown. Let me know the breakdown. Given 0 to 600,000 0%, 600 to 800,000 1%, 800,000 to 900,000 2%, 900 to 960,000 3%. If it comes above 960,000 5%. If it comes above 960,000, you will be eligible for 5% discount. Am I correct? If you look at your current purchase, there are three products. Am I correct? DW. I'll do it here working. DW. What is your purchase? They have given material cost per unit. How much the material cost per unit? 70. What is 5,000? That would give you 350,000. 3,50,000 purchase. Next one is what? WM. Washing machines. 6 lakhs. Yeah. Purchase. And TD, you're going to purchase how much? 1,200 into 50, which is 60,000. Now the total amount comes around 950, 1,010,000. Right? If you go with TD, each and every part of what you purchase, you are eligible for 5% discount. Agree with me? Why? Your total purchase is what? More than 960,000. So each and every part that you are going to get a what? 5% discount. Now for these 950,000, you could have got what? 5% discount. If you would have continued TD. You would have continued TD, you could have got 5% discount for these 950,000. That would give you how much? 950,000 times 5%. Discount 47,500. Therefore, 900, the net amount, sorry. $47,500. Net amount would be 902,500. Am I correct? 902,000. That would be your net purchase. Net purchase if you are given 5% discounts. You all agree with me? If you are given what? 5% discount, your net purchase would be how much? 902,500. Is that understandable? If you are going to stop TD, just have a look. If you are going to stop TD, your purchase would be 350,000. And here what? 600,000. Then you are eligible for how many percent discount? 3% discount. Am I correct? 950,000, which would be given only 3% discount. How much discount?
Okay.
50?
20,
20?
20,000.
28,500. Therefore, the net amount would be 921,500. Am I correct? Your purchase would be 921,500. So if if you're going for a 5% discount with TD, that may come up with the TD. If you're going to continue the TD, am I correct? Which would give you how much? 902,500. Without TD, how much? 921,500. Now, how much the loss of discounts now? 19,500. If I want to put it very simple, for this 950,000, you're going to lose for 2%. Am I correct? You're going to lose 2%. 950,000 times 2% is how much? Sorry, not 19,500, 19,000. No? 19,000. Correct. Are you clear what I said? I have explained it very shortest way for you to understand. Excuse me. Listen once again. If you're going to stop TD, you are going to lose the discounts. Why? Your purchase would be what? Less. Less. If you're going with the TD, your total purchase would be above 1 million. You are eligible for 5% discount if anything comes about above 960,000. 960,000, you are eligible for 5% discount. If you stop TD, your amount total purchase is only about 950,000. Then you will be given only about 3% discount. For that 950,000, you will lose a discount of what? 2%, which is how much? 19,000. Therefore, if we are going to cease TD, your loss discount would be 19,000. Would be what? 19,000. Therefore, total relevant cost would be how much? Positive or negative? Total relevant cost. If you stop TD. If you cease now, what is the total relevant cost? Positive or negative? How much? 69,000? 700 what? Negative. 69,700 what? Negative if you cease the word TD now. Therefore, can you recommend to what cease now? What is the conclusion? It is not worthwhile. Take down. It is not worthwhile ceasing to product what TD now. It is not worthwhile ceasing to product the TD now. It is not worthwhile ceasing to product the TD now. Are you getting same amount? Sanjana, who gave me this amount, are getting same amount, 69,700. You didn't attempt the questions at all. Excuse me. You didn't attempt the questions at all. No, if you would have tried the question, you could have rectified your mistakes. Then you could have understood where you went wrong. That's the easiest way of learning. Are you clear, girls? Amounts are same, 69,700. Correct, no? Yeah. Umar, are you okay? Priyanka? Excuse me. What I'm trying to tell you all over here, by looking only the figures on the surface, it says what the TD is making, what even negative, not the profit or loss. We didn't talk about the profit or loss. Only we found that is what giving you the negative contribution, TD. But just looking the figures and giving the conclusion, TD what will be C since that is giving what negative contribution, your final answer would be wrong. The detailed analysis saying what? If you what sees the what TD now, the company is going to bear the cost of what 69,700. Am I correct? If they are not going to seize now, the company will make what profit. They can say what the 69,700. Loss contribution only 12,000. Loss contribution is what only 12,000. Also another benefit that you are going to enjoy by giving that what building to the what third party to get what another 12,000. You're going to get an extra income only 24,000. Apart from that, you are having a what? There are a number of what? Cost. You're going to experience with the what? Number of costs. If you do the detailed analysis, seizing the what this product now is not worthwhile. Is not what worthwhile. We can wait for next 12 months time. Can you read the C part of the requirement? C requirement, not the B. B we didn't study yet. C part. Can you read the requirement, please? That's a common questions. Common questions. Come on. Can you read? Yeah, third. C part. Part C.
Three issues that take names of
The very straightforward question. What are the problem that you are going to face if you are going to outsource your product to what third party? Why do you prefer to go for outsourcing first? What is meant by outsourcing? What is exactly meant by outsourcing? Come on, guys, because it's not about management accounting. This is not performance management. Very simple question. What is meant by outsourcing? Very good. Getting the service who are good with that particular area, we are going to give it to that particular part to them. Am I correct? So if we do outsourcing for this product, rather making what in-house, we can what give it to the what outsource. What are the problems that are we going to face if you are going to outsource? Very good answer. There will be a problem with the what required quality. Don't know whether the what outsource company is going to give you the what same quality what you are making what in-house. There's a problem with what quality what you said. Perfect. What else? Yes, of course. We'll have to depend on them until they deliver the goods. We can't what sell the goods to the what our customer. There's another important one. Reliability. There are a lot of internal what matters which would be what shared to the what outsource company. What is the surety that they may not what share to the what competitors for what money? Am I correct? In other words, we don't have a what loss of control over the what manufacturing processes. Am I correct? So these are the facts, because these are not the PM questions. Excuse me. C part, by using the common knowledge, you'll have to write down the answer the way you talk, but you have to make it in the professional way. That's all. But it's only 3 marks now. 3 marks now. Main issue that we're going to face is what? Quality issues. The second issue is what? Reliability of the what? Outsourced company. Third one is what? We'll have to check whether the outsourced company is going to give you the cheaper than what, if you're going to make it what, in-house. That should have been checked first. Do you all agree with me? If they are going to give us what more than the price what we are making what in-house, no point of what outsourcing. No, we can make it what in-house. But at the same time, we are having some advantages also. We can focus on what? Other sectors. If you are going to outsource, there are some advantages, but that should be, properly what? Assessed. So now we have completed the common short-term decision making with our 2 past papers question, 20 marks questions. Any problem that you found with regard to what these 2 questions, past papers questions? The question is very straightforward as long as you understood the questions. Please take down the answer for the C part, but B, we can't answer for the time being since we are supposed to cover the what pricing strategies. Do you have any questions? You can put them forward. Then we can stop the class. Tomorrow we'll be starting with a new topic, pricing decisions with the price functions or demand functions. There are a couple of 20 marks questions we'll be discussing. Initial point that we'll have to highlight for the part C takedown, initial point, the cost of manufacture should be compared to cost of buying in from the outsourcer. From the outsourcer, full stop and continue. If the outsourcer can provide the same product, products cheaper than it is perhaps preferable. Right? Second, you just take down the point form, reliability of the outsourcer. Excuse me. Reliability you can discuss in 2 ways. One is, what is the surety that they are going to give the product on time? If they are not going to give the product on time, we will be losing the customer on the other side. It will impact what our company brand image. Right? Second way, you can discuss the reliability. What is the surety that the outsourcer who is not reveal or disclose our information to the what? Competitors. So like finally what you said, quality of the product from the outsourcer is questionable. Are you all okay? Priyanka, Sanjana, Nisho Joel, Navya, Malavika, Karishma. Umar. Shall we wind up the sessions? Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. We'll be starting with the pricing decision. If time permits, I will start the learning curve as well. We'll see how it goes on. Thank you very much.